Hi, I'm Manny Gomez. I'm from Hickman, California, and I had the champion Crossbred Gilt at the 2024 Arizona National Livestock Show. I started in the livestock industry at a young age, following my brother around. He had a sow operation where he bred and ran some show pigs, and I would kind of help him process litters and kind of mainly clean pens. I was never really able to get in the show ring until earlier last year, where I finally got the opportunity to build the barn and kind of have my first set of pigs. A day in the barn would be waking up at 5 in the morning, walking each pig for 45 minutes, then rinsing, and then putting them up, then mucking their pens, just making sure that it's a nice clean place for them. Showing is not just one person. No one does this by themselves. People that are with me walking up to the ring are a good friend, Cole, and my brother, Pete. I get nervous in the back, kind of. I kind of just try to enjoy the moment, being able just to be in the show ring, being able just to be in the drive. I just step back and kind of just soak it in, be grateful. Show day, I have to have my black and white Nike shoes. I like to wear dark colored pants. I have a brush. It's my 360 brush, and I always make sure it's the same one before I go in. It's kind of a superstition before I go, because I feel like it's good luck. So last year was my first year at the Arizona National, and it was a great experience. I mean, everyone's there, all your friends, everyone's just ready to hang out and have a good time. It's a long show too, and it's well worth the drive. I liked the show ring. I liked how it was big and you had space, and the gilt I won with was named Molly. She had the greatest personality ever. She would just come up to you. I loved that gilt. My favorite thing about Molly was how her skin and hair was relatively easy considering how long it was. When it was show day in Phoenix, we got there, we fed her, and then we washed her and kind of made sure she was looking right. We kind of got her ready. We fit her up a little bit, and then we walked up. And it was kind of just nerve-wracking because it was her last hoorah, and we didn't know what to expect. I was excited to even have the opportunity to be in the Grand Drive at Arizona Nationals. That's truly just a dream of mine. It really sunk in, like, this is why we do it. This is why I spend all these hours in the barn. One thing I vividly remember the judge talking about was about the crazy colors in the hair. And once I heard that, I kind of had an idea that I was gonna win. It was still like a surreal moment. I don't know, I just couldn't believe it. I was telling myself, don't get too excited yet. Don't get all anxious, just go with it. Whatever happens, happens. That high five was definitely a great feeling, because that's just not common. They usually just shake your hands, but the high five, I think, just makes it a little extra special. I don't think it really set until I kind of walked out of the ring and I kind of just looked at my banner. That win in Phoenix meant everything to me and my family, especially me and my brothers, because if you would have told us 5 years ago we would have won this, we wouldn't have believed you. We would have laughed in your face. Well, grateful every day that we even had the opportunity to say that we won Phoenix. My favorite quote, I think, around the barn, and we kind of preach it around with our buddies, is nobody really cares, just work harder. The most important thing you could do is just try to outwork everybody. Just don't make excuses, because they ain't gonna get you far. I'm Manny Gomez. I'm from Hickman, California, and I had the champion Crossbred Gilt at the 2024 Arizona National Livestock Show.
Hi, I'm Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. I'm judging the purebred and crossbred gilts at the 2025 Arizona National. So I started livestock judging at the age of 10, and my parents judged, my grandparents judged in college. So it's in my blood. My first project was a ewe lamb when I was 7 or 8 years old. And I quickly realized that sheep was not my passion, and really pigs was something that made a lot more sense to me. We bought a few sows. I think I was 13 or 14 that we blended into the commercial operation, and ever since then it's gradually shifted to primarily show pigs. The Arizona National was always a pipe dream. Luckily we got to go as a family and watch one of our gilts show that was Reserve Grand. We fell in love with the stock show. We love the weather, we love the people. We're big fans of the Arizona National. My expectations for the Arizona National will be, first and foremost, the showmen will be incredible. I know they'll be good, I know they'll be presented, and I know those gilts will be on another level. I'm a big believer that first impressions will last you a lifetime. So the first 10, 15 steps into the ring will tell me everything I need to know. How prepared you are, how good your animal is. I'll be able to break him down longer as we get him in the ring, but making sure your first step is a good one is of the highest importance. Every judge can tell how prepared you are, whether it's skin, hair, intensity. Treat it like a job interview and take it seriously, because everybody around ringside, including the judge, can tell when you step in the ring. My perfect gilt would be beautiful from the side and packing enough. I've always been known as a build guy, and I always will be. Some guys divert to muscle or bone or different measurables. I will always step off to the side of them first. If you're out buying your livestock, remember, the gilt judge likes them good built. I'm Doug Albright, and we'll see you in Phoenix.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming,
Here's exiting the ring.
Good morning, Phoenix. How are we this morning? You're learning. You're learning. One thing that I'll say before we get started. We started with the national anthem, didn't we? If you don't think we're the greatest country in the world, you can go home. Okay? All right? We get started with the national anthem for a good reason, and I love it, and it gets me rolling this morning just as much as our class winner in this particular goes. She wins, and she wins for fun. That thing can flat boot, scoot, and boogie with the extras. She's rope neck, flat back, and got a big head behind leg. She comes at you square. And if this is an indicator of how we're going to bring stock to the show today, I'm going to be real pumped up. I like that one a great deal to go ahead and win this class. Not to take anything away from the wider belted gilt that comes in second. She's flawless from the side. She's great in terms of the way she ties her neck into her shoulder. She's big and supple on her lower rib cage. A gilt, though, that might hinge just a shade tighter and just doesn't come with that extra feature that our class winner does, but a fine gilt to go ahead and be second. The blue gilt, wild looking, and I think she's got better days ahead of her. She's level and good out through the base of her tail. She does bring a shot more feature than does our second place gilt. She's just too flat and immature in her rib cage today, but I think come March, April, May, as we get into the later months, I think there's a lot of good in that particular blue gilt. The calico gilt here, one that's good from the side in terms of her balance and her proportionality. That particular gilt gets a little wide walking, a little lower shouldered and longer body. From a balance standpoint, felt like she needed to slide to 4. Young lady in 5, certainly got one with the big pieces. She's wild-necked and fat-legged, but looks a little bit more like me on a hot tin roof. Starts to swing and slide and needs to be more collected in her step to be more appropriate within this class. Give that thing some time and maturity. I think she would come along. The Berkshire Marked one that comes out next, very attractive in terms of her look from the side. A little shorter stepping, a little harder doing, wide walking. We start to get into some down the line here. Hogs that just need to be a little better built or stouter in their feature to side up within this particular class. But a very good set to get us going. Put your hands together, Arizona, for our first class.
First, Kaylee Larkin of Casa Grande, Arizona. Second, Holly Keel, San Simon, Arizona. Third, Josie Pearson, Altona, Utah. Fourth, Livia Linus, Viola, Idaho. Fifth, Chloe Smith, Orca, California. Sixth, Tyler Hinnekamp, Pullman, Washington. Seventh, Tinley Holsey, Eager, Arizona. Eighth, Jacob Bagaria, Paulden, Arizona. Ninth, Isaac Bagaria, Paulden, Arizona. 10th, Jaylee Burton, Levin, Utah. Now entering the ring is Class 2 Crossbred Gilts. Exiting the ring.
Another good class. Obviously we're at weight. We're going to add some depth when we get into as these weights get heavier. But for us, there's a logical place to start, and that's the young lady here with the white gilt in front of us. She's here, ready to rumble, ready to win, and that gilt presented immaculately. Her balance, coupled with the fact that she just brings more punch than the rest. I wouldn't want to get her any wider behind, and they know that as a group getting her ready because of how she's presented. But balance, build, feature, it all kind of comes together within that particular gilt to go ahead and win this class. The battle's for second, and for us, the better balanced one is the young man's belted gilt. From the side, she paints the better silhouette. She ties her neck in better at the top side of her blade. She's leveler and looser out through her, from her hooks back and her pins down. That particular gilt, if you want to switch that pair, needs to come with more punch in her heart, in her forerib shape, and drop out of her spine with more curve and flare to her rib cage. But I see and we see just more long-term there. I love her head shape. I think that one could be a very fun big one as time progresses. The young lady's blue gilt, and young lady, I don't want to harp on things, but you got to watch your hand and keep that gilt's tail up because you want to duck it, and it really throws off of her balance. At this particular weight and age, she gets a little thick in her neck and her cheek. That particular gilt's not as tall fronted. She wants to get a little swingy and stabby there. Just doesn't balance in silhouette like our second place gilt does. But she brings more chest, she brings more punch, and I could understand if you wanted to flip that particular pair. But a nice pair to discuss for sure. The chrome gilt that comes out, wild looking up front, great arm. From her 10th rib forward, she's one that certainly can play in this particular class. She's simply put too short hip or too short strided when you get in behind that particular piece of livestock. She's wide walking and gets upright there in her pasture. The grizzly bear in 5, certainly wild looking, and the pieces and parts are there, but she comes in too many pieces and parts for me to get her higher. She's too short stepping and short hips. Could be part of her color pattern that throws you off, but man, the wild pieces and parts certainly represent quality for us. The young man that comes out, very basic gilt in her own right. Good from the side, good in terms of her skeleton, very good looking. Maybe not the extras that we need when you're making a sale order and you're putting things together. A gilt that's basic and correct and has a brighter future, just needs to come with just a shot more feature and power. The young lady's gilt, wild looking and waspy, too short stepping and fragile down low. We get into some that just need to be better structured for us to move up within this class, but a very good class in Class 2. Put your hands together, Arizona, for Class 2.
Your results out of Class 2 Crossbred Gilts. First, Macy Scoggins, Paso Robles, California. Second, Cooper Doherty, Hollister, California. Third, Maya Padilla, Purcell, Oklahoma. Fourth, Mallory Walter, Canyonville, Oregon. Fifth, Parker Biasotti, Ellsberg, California. Sixth, Tanner Kane, Phelan, California. Seventh, Paige Drummond, Cedar Ridge, California. 8th, Cooper Rose Pearson, Altona, Utah. 9th, Aubrey Larson, OJ, California. 10th, Akia Taylor, Caldwell, Idaho. Entering the ring now is Class 3 Crossbred Gilts. Exhibitors exiting the ring.
very neat class, and certainly the depth that you'd expect to have here in Class 3 at the Arizona National, but they come with some differences. There's no question when you start to put your things together that these three don't all necessarily look alike. They all represent different quality. The one that we balance and land on, I understand that she may not be the piece that some of these others are, but she's the combination of those things. And the young lady here to my left, she's going to have our class winner. She's the combination of the wild looking and the stout one, and she does it with more balance and forgiveness from a skeleton perspective when you set her in motion. Ideally, you make her stouter armed, but when you crawl in behind the livestock, that particular gilt's big pin, square, and good to the ground, and she does it with more punch than our second place gilt. That's where we felt she came together better than our second place gilt, just from a coming and going standpoint, width and chest and proportion, and putting that together from a proportion standpoint. There is no question, if you're from around ringside, you're saying, hey, Albright, that girl in the red's got one that's your speed, and she is my speed from the side. That thing is rope neck, flat back, big hind-legged, and can boogie. There's no doubt about that. That view coming right here needs to be just a shot better. Where she puts her front foot in terms of path and squareness, and that tells the story from there up in terms of her rib cage. She's flatter there in her mid-rib. She's flatter and tighter right there in her heart. But man, that thing could be a wild big one. And if you come and tell me, hey, this thing that was, gets a piece of a division at Expo, is one you beat in class in Arizona, I'll laugh and say, yep, you're right. A little same thing that I did to Hunter this summer when I beat the Grand in Iowa. But very good pig. I need to see just a shot more punch coming at me for her to win this class. The problem lies in 3. She's certainly the wild-looking, fat-legged stouty for sure. She needs to have a little more, development there from a female part standpoint. Maybe her tail throws her off, being immature about her tail. She needs to also use and utilize her hind leg with more comfort to get her in the top pair. But man, she's a stouty for sure. That's fun to study. Young man, you come out next with a big-legged one that's very neat and fun to study as well. She ties her neck in good. She's tall-fronted, flat-backed, and level out through the base of her tail. That particular gilt, though, relative to the others, is the most immature in her rib cage. She's the flattest in her upper body depth, body shape, if you will. And I need to just see it and open that one long-term. Young man there in the blue, certainly that thing's got some big, big features. She is wild looking, and she's a hind leg away from being an absolute baller. She's fat backed and huge ended. She's square built. When you get into both ends of her, she needs to go better in terms of her hind leg construction to move her up within this class. Young lady, you do a flat, good job driving livestock, and that gilt's up-headed, and immature. I like the future that she represents. She's simply too flat-bodied, too immature in her rib cage to get around some of those ballers ahead of her. She gets wide walking too. I'd manage that moving forward. Young lady in the pink got one that, from a balance perspective is a little off. She's closed up there in her front foot. And she's immature bodied, but she's mature headed. And for me, that's a rough way to go through life. I've always been mature headed and immature everywhere else. You need to balance that thing a little better in her neck and in her cheek to fit the rest of her, but she's still quality for sure. Young man there coming out next. That thing is wild looking, front 2/3, very, very neat. She gets a little upright off both ends of her skeleton. She becomes more rigid and tight moving and doesn't, maybe have some of those extras to offset some of those structural, fatalities there, if you will. Fatality stronger, concerns long term. Young lady there in the red, a nice gilt. But she's just too fragile in this particular setting. Young man, a wild one, short body, wild looking, just too short stepping and steep. But a very, very good class. 5 compliments to them. Please give them a round of applause as they head back.
Your results out of Class 3 Crossbred Gilts. First, Kara Statson of Paso Robles, California. Second, Madeline Lindley, Chular, California. Third, Harley Deshane, Grass Valley, California. Fourth, Danny Widmer, Ripon, California. Fifth, P. Lucas Ferry, El Dorado, California. Sixth, Declan Smith, Garland, Utah. Seventh, Maya Padilla, Purcell, Oklahoma. Eighth, Carson Mendoza, Modesto, California. Ninth, Brindley Collier, Delaware, Oklahoma. 10th, P. Lucas Ferry, El Dorado, California. Entering the ring now is Class 4 Crossbred Gilts.
Well, folks, a class that provides some challenges, and you just thank the good Lord above when one that looks like this hits the surface. She wins for fun, needs to win, ready to win. Nice show, kid. Young man on the far side, that one is the next representative from quality. She's broad-chested, she's neat-headed, she's flat-backed and big-tailed. She becomes the wider walking of the two. She becomes out there in her hop just to shade. I need to see her flex and go just a shot better. But I felt like that one represented just a shot more balance when you view her from the side than our Gilt that comes in 3. Certainly wild looking, capably driven. She wants to run downhill. She becomes a little off balance from a length of body perspective. A gilt that just doesn't punch as hard as our top pair when you start to talk about rib cage and fluff and dimension, but a very nice gilt to stand in 3. Young lady, you got a stoutie that comes in 4, big backed and big booty, but becomes plenty wide walking and stiff and rigid when you start to study her hock or her rear foot. But I think a gilt that's square built, stout featured, needs to be in the top 4. The gilt that comes next is real waspy up front, tall shouldered, but needs to move better for us. She's too flat and harsh bodied. Need to just flesh and flex that gilt better to get her up higher. Same goes for the next gilt. Very capably driven, wild looking, just too fragile, upright, stilty. You all can see that out of her shoulder. Need to just mature and soften that one. The next gilt that comes out, a very nice gilt relative to balance and proportions, becomes wide walking and just too uncoordinated from behind. We get another gilt out here that's robust and stout, needs to go better. The next gilt, same thing, just needs to go better. A nice class, just when we get down to the end, we need to be better structured and have a shot more. But a nice class, put your hands together, an exceptional class winner here in Class 4.
Your results out of Class 4 Crossbred Gilts. First, Hallie Melsness, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Second, Dallas Headley, Lebanon, Oregon. Third, Frida Diaz, Coolidge, Arizona. Fourth, Paige Drummond, Cedar Ridge, California. Fifth, Tabitha Hitchman, Hanford, California. Sixth, Noah Hoisington, Safford, Arizona. Seventh, Addison Collier, Delaware, Oklahoma. 8th, Zachary Carbett, Corona, California. 9th, Tucker Wolf, Colton, Washington. 10th, Alexis Diaz, Coolidge, Arizona. Entering the ring now is Class 5 Crossbred Gilts. At the conclusion of this class, we will drive for our champion Division 1 Crossbred Gilt.
another high quality class. And there's without question, the one that needs to win is the Calico. That one paints the best picture. She's the best built. She's the stoutest feature. She does it with the most consistency of step. She's also proportionate when you get into that one. Now, she doesn't come without some concern. I would not have that gilt any puffier and any fuller because the carpets are starting to not match the drapes relative to where her head shape is and where her feature is. That one's a little sissy-faced and jawed relative to the amount of stoutness she's got now low. But man, that thing is, for being that short backed and that long stepping, that's fun to think about from a hog breeder's perspective. The one that just brings more punch and more stoutness to the table is the young lady on the far side. If I could put her head on the Calico, man, we got a humdinger. But we need to make that thing go just a shade better behind. She's a little puffy honked and wide walking, but man, she's just so stout mugged, so big backed, big and bold in her chest. If she was better going behind, like I said, we'd have a bowler for sure. Young man, like I told you, she's starting to come out of it in terms of her head, got water in her ear or whatever. That's not why she's third. It's just something to note from a reason standpoint. Her build from her belt back is exceptional. I love her hind leg. I love the way that she's constructed from her length of hip perspective. Unfortunately, she's got a shot more crest, and that extra stoutness doesn't come with enough punch. She's the flattest of the initial three in her midrib. She's the plainest and most nondescript down her back and out through her pin set. She wants to narrow in her upper pins and hip relative to that initial trio, but she's a flawless one when you get her off to the side. Young lady in pink that comes out next, got a stouty for sure. Her head shape's better than some. She's level and correct in that regard. She becomes the most stilty of that initial trio in terms of her blade angle when you set her in motion. The blue gilt, wildly well represented, or presented, excuse me. That thing is huge back, wide going away, and too wide for this evaluator, quite honestly. She wants to funnel to the ground off both ends of her body. She needs to be stouter at the surface to match everything that she has up high. Young lady there that comes out next, very good looking gilt in terms of her head and neck attachment. That gilt wants to set her hop too far underneath herself when she's in motion. A gilt that's not as tall fronted and neat looking. But a very, very good gilt. The gilt that's next, very basic and correct from the side. A gilt that doesn't have maybe those extras in terms of feature and stoutness, but a very nice gilt to land in eight. Build and structure need to be better on these gilts that come out in 9 through 10. But a very, very good class. My compliments to them. Put your hands together for Class 5.
Your results out of Class 5 Crossbred Gilts. First, Kiara Cohn, Merced, California. Second, Parker Lerno, Templeton, California. Third, Parker Biasotti, Eldsburg, California. Fourth, Ashby Lane, Bakersfield, California. Fifth, Emily Ellsworth, Shingle Springs, California. Sixth, Natalie Thompson, Laveen, Arizona. Seventh, Kaylin Sofia Gonzalez, Hanford, California. 8th, Lily Zlovinsky, Paso Robles, California. 9th, Colton Curry, Kennewick, Washington. 10th, Riley Banta, Paso Robles, California. In the ring now, we are driving for our champion and top 10 selection out of our Division I Crossbred Gilts.
Exactly what I expected to be when we came to the Arizona National. But at the same time, there's one that's like bringing a 40-20 to a pedal pull. The young lady here in the blue is our Division I champion.
Your champion, Division I Crossbred Gilt, comes out of Class 4, Hallie Melsness. That'll drop in Dallas Headley for reserve contention.
You know, as show judges, we like to think we've got great memories, and that class was maybe not as deep as some of the others. There's one out here that Hunter's going to be mad at me to make reserve because he literally told me, hey, let's get her down to sale. He was joking, okay? But he's like, get her down to sale order so I can afford her, to try to get her bought. Young lady out of Class 1 is going to be reserved.
Your reserve Division I Crossbred Gilt comes out of Class 1, Kaylee Larkin. That'll drop in Holly Keel for 3rd overall.
It becomes a dogfight after that relative to quality livestock, and you're putting a sale order together, right? For those of you around ringside, you're like, this or that. I said, it's judging a pig show while also putting a sale order together is not necessarily always the easiest, but I think there's another one. I know that there's another one that represents so much quality with far-reaching pieces. The young lady's calico's next. After that, we'll drop our second in, and she's certainly one that brings the stoutness and feature to the table. But our next favorite is the young lady here in front of us. She'll be fourth. Young lady's second place comes out, and she was so close. And again, you guys that know me well know that that one's my speed. I can't leave her out of the top 5. She'll be next. We'll drop the mic and select 6 through 10 here in this particular division. I think a very, very good division. Put your hands together, Arizona, for Division I.
Congratulations, Hallie Melsness. Reserve, Kaylee Larkin. Third, Kiara Cohn. Fourth, Karis Datson. Fifth, Madeline Lindley. Sixth, Macy Scroggins. Seventh, Parker Blerno. Eighth, Parker Biasotti. Ninth, Dallas Headley. 10th, Harley DeShane. We're now ready to show Class 6 Crossbred Gilts.
Are you still live? You know, one of the reasons you have judges in the middle of the ring with you at times is so you don't single trade or get yourself too far outside of where you need to be. And, you know, there's just no reason to single trade. One thing about this young man's gilt, she needs to win. That's the balance gilt from the side. She swallows the other gilt in terms of arm shape, front end assembly in terms of shoulder set, and the way that she's built there. I do need to stouten her lower jaw, and I'd like to tie her neck in higher to her shoulder, but from there back, she's simply the best one and needs to win. The young lady's gilt that's next does have a stouter jaw, and I prefer the way that she ties her neck into her shoulder, but she's a little upright in her shoulder. She compensates for that with the way that she's assembled in her front foot, but ideally, if you elongate that gilt off both ends of her body, she can be your class winner because of some of those far-reaching pieces that she ties together from the side. I need to see her longer stepping, and I think that's just a function of her skeleton off both ends, but a nice gilt to be in second. This gilt, there's no question, she's the waspy stout one in terms of her head shape, her back shape, her pin set. I told the young lady, hey, slow this thing down, because man, if you sped her up, it'd be like me trying to run the 100-yard dash. It'd look terrible. So we need to slow her down, kind of let her collect herself in terms of her skeleton, because she gets too swingy if you speed her up. But I think a very nice gilt. This wider melted gilt that's next. She does have a neat stout jawline about her. She's got feature. She wants to close in her front foot path. She wants to funnel as she goes away. And for me, she wants to run downhill just to shape from a balance perspective. The young man's gilt that comes next, it is nice from the side. Just a complete fault-free type of gilt in terms of her proportions and her balance. That particular gilt gets wide enough walking, a little short step in there off of her rear leg. If we could change that about her, she certainly could slide up. This particular gilt, standing still, you could write a long story about. She's tall-fronted, long-necked, got a neat look about her. She's too upright there in her shoulder, too close up there in her chest. The white gilt that comes out certainly has a rib cage. She's fat backed and big booty, but she's simply too wide walking when you get in behind her. The calico gilt that comes out next, another one that has rib cage and stoutness to her. She needs to be more collected in her rear leg assembly to get higher. The ninth place gilt there, too low shouldered for us, too bowy behind. The young lady there in 10. A nice gilt from the side in terms of her feature. Just needs to be squared up and made better in terms of her head and neck. Nice class. My compliments to them. Put your hands together for those kids.
Your results out of Class 6 Crossbred Gilts. First, Holden Peelman, Manteca, California. Second, Kate Hikus, Olathe, Kansas. Third, Parker Lerno, Templeton, California. Fourth, Jenna Melsness, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Fifth, Cash Shelton, Greeley, Colorado. 6th, Holden Peelman, Manteca, California. 7th, Hannah Bowman, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. 8th, Addison Terhune, Geyserville, California. 9th, Estella Jones, Orcutt, California. 10th, Shauna Trulock, Angels Camp, California. In the ring now is Class 7 Crossbred Gilts.
Simply put, this calico needs to win this particular class and does so rather quickly. I think her fill is just about 12:05 from a readiness perspective. I don't know if she needs a whole lot more from that end, but she has to win this class and does so with a pretty large cut, in our opinion. The young man, 44.67, is going to be second. She silhouettes the next best when you view her from the side, but I'll be the first to admit she does not have enough feature to play with the big boys in terms of arm shape, rear foot size, and go. We read their final, second, third, and fourth about the same relative to range and comfort. And she just silhouetted better. She's a taller shoulder, perfectly presented show pig that just needs to be a shot stouter. So when you put those things together, her silhouette is why she is second. The young man's gilt that comes out next, just as a little bit like me, round and low to the ground. And I like to elevate that one off both ends and just make her a taller stature gilt. She becomes short stepping when you get in behind her. And some of those things, those concerns, is what compelled me to leave her in 3. The black gilt, when she sticks her nose to the gate and she demands, a pen for sure, she's tall fronted and broad back. She needs to go better for us to get inside the top 3. The young man that comes out in 5, certainly hair and stoutness and feet. I need to change her foot shape and the way that it's designed. She needs to be longer hipped to move up within this scenario. The calico gilt, certainly tall fronted, got a neat presence when she's standing still, needs to move better when we set her in motion. The young man that comes out next, if we can kind of get this thing to tie her neck better, make her taller fronted, she's certainly hairy and broad. If I can stouten her hind leg and make her more mobile there, we can move her up. Then we have some build and skeleton issues there as we work our way down. But a nice class. Put your hands together for those kids.
Your results out of Class 7 Crossbred Gilts. First, Kinley Hikus, Olathe, Kansas. Second, Brock Hammock, Perkins, Oklahoma. Third, Colby Gomes, LeGrand, California. Fourth, Drew Datson, Paso Robles, California. Fifth, Avery Deeds, Hayden, Idaho. Sixth, Josie Duncan, Belgrade, Montana. Seventh, Hatton Dean, Wisco, Nebraska. Eighth, Amelia Miller, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Ninth, Paisley Bardwell, CCI.Live, Arizona. Entering the ring now is Class 8 Crossbred Gilts.
a solid class of Crossbred Gilt. And when you start to break them down, and when you don't have some of those outliers relative to feature or pieces and parts, I'm always going to divert to build and silhouette, and that's why the young man in the purples win in this particular class. She's by some margin the best constructed one from the side. Yeah, she's got a place you want to change her, but she's simply the best one when you set these things in motion. And then when we focus on that, it becomes logical in our mind to use the off-belted gilt to go ahead and be second. And she's long-necked and tall-shouldered. That particular gilt is better chested than our class winner, but at the same time, she's just a shot more refined, a little wider walking than our class winner in terms of squareness and flexibility from behind. The problem lies in this calico gilt. She's just stilty off both ends of her body. Her head shape is a little off for me. A gilt that I just need to see more comfy in her build comparatively. The young lady that's next has got one that's got a very nice head shape about her. She ties neat, she's long, and she's level out of her in her top line. But that particular gilt wants to funnel to the ground. She's just a plainer shaped gilt that maybe just doesn't have some of those extras. This particular gilt has those extras when you prop her up and stand her still. She's wild looking and fat back, but she's also forward moving and more upright in both ends of her body. The calico that's next, just a shot more refined, 7 through 10. We've talked to each one of those exhibitors where those particular gilts need to be better. But a nice class, our compliments to them. Put your hands together for those Crossbred Gilt exhibitors in this class.
Maria, California. 5th, Paisley Bardwell, CCI.Live, Arizona. 6th, Jordan Soares, Nipomo, California. 7th, Juliana Marquez Harris, Napa, California. 8th, Tyler Cunningham, La Plata, New Mexico. 9th, Cade Wolf, Colton, Washington. 10th, Grace Angelo, El Centro, California.
Guys in the back, next time, not judge a pig show, spread yourselves out. Just a little bit from a quality standpoint, you know, instead of putting, 3 or 4 hammers in the same class. I mean, it just makes my job just a little easier. Young man, you got the best one. She wins this class. Young man right here, this thing wins a lot of other classes, and there's parts of this one, her presentation is absolutely on point. She's a little more stilty on both ends of her body. Her silhouette from a swoop, swing, and belly line standpoint is better than our class winner. That class winner, I'll put it in hog breeders terms. That one makes a boar that brings you 100. This one has a litter of bears that brings 100. I think a very good pair. I need to fix her shoulder. Okay, I need to make her just a shade looser stepping. But her silhouette, her crest, her lines and condition are a shot better than the young man here that's in 3. That gilt comes with just a shot more cheek and a shot more crest. She's a little shorter stepping than our second place gilt. Her ham loin's just a little raw. It just doesn't blend, match, and combinate as well as our first 2. Man, hammer trio, love to talk them. Good class there. Young man that comes out next, this gilt's very good. She can win other classes for sure. She's good in terms of her midrib and her body shape. She's long in her step, has a little lower time. She's a little funnily and shapes down to the ground comparatively against that initial trio. The gilt that's next, certainly one that's got a big back and a stout mug about her. Her spine's not right. She gets a little tighter right there in her mid-back, wants to tuck and duck her hind leg, but a very nice gilt to be 5. We talk to the rest of these as down the line where they need to be built different and constructed different to be better within this scenario, but I think a great class. My compliments to those exhibitors. Put your hands together, Arizona, on a very good class.
Your results out of Class 9 Crossbred Gilts. First, Dylan Schlosser, Sunnyside, Washington. Second, Santos Olivares, Casa Grande, Arizona. Third, Dylan Dyke, Cornelius, Oregon. Fourth, Hayes Heiner, Corinne, Utah. Fifth, Caleb Hackbart, Seward, Nebraska. Sixth, Waverly Millard, Caldwell, Idaho. Seventh, Kaylee McNall, Jurupa Valley, California. 8th, Easton Zamudio, San Simon, Arizona. 9th, Andrew Miller, Klamath Falls, Oregon. 10th, Lily Benefield, Winton, California. Entering the ring now is Class 10 Crossbred Gilts.
very nice class on the top end of this particular drive. And, there's one that needs to win just from a sheer quality standpoint, and that's the young lady here in front of me. When you crawl up on top of this one, man, that thing's got a ditched out flat back. And from her rooter to her tutor, she is wide, constructed everywhere. That thing is proportionate from the side. She's neat looking. She gets just a little tight moving behind, and that'll make you question it from an evaluator's perspective, but from a quality standpoint, she's the best one. Young lady there with the checkered shirt is going to be next. Her hind leg is near bulletproof in terms of its squareness and build and flexibility. She needs to be kind of freshened up everywhere. In terms of her cheek line, in terms of her back line, in terms of everything there, she's a little round and low to the ground for us. But, I mean, in terms of the pieces and parts and construction, I think there's a lot of value there. The young lady's gilt just runs out of gas. I think that one is a very neat constructed show pig. Her stoutness of mug and her arm, chest, and back is very, very neat. She needs to go better. She needs to have more endurance to last the drive in this scenario. I wish she was just a shot fresher everywhere, but that's a nice pig that has value in our mind. Young lady, you drive the wheels off this thing, and she's a smoke show looking one from the side. She's simply just too fragile in this particular class. She's fragile about her head, she's fragile about her arm. You dug in to this particular gilt, she's simply too flat-bodied for me. The young lady that comes out in 5's got one that in terms of jawline and head and muzzle shape, she's stouter than the gilt in 4. You like that about her. She's more opened up than that gilt in 4. She becomes more rigid off both ends. She's just a little more plain everywhere in comparison. The young man that comes out in 6, he's got a nice gilt in terms of just body shape and pieces. She's too deep-throated and too wide-walking and tucks her hind leg too much. I talked to the rest of them down from 7 to 10, a very good class. My compliments to them. Crowd, please put your hands together as they head back.
Your results out of Class 10 Crossbred Gilt. First, Macy Zerbach, Roseburg, Oregon. Second, Daphne Stevens, Spirit Lake, Idaho. Third, Jaylee Burton, Levan, Utah. Fourth, Madeline Parker, Dewey, Oklahoma. Fifth, Madeline Kaiser, Aztec, New Mexico. Sixth, Brant Velosin, Callahan, Colorado. Seventh, Aubrey Workman, Kuna, Idaho. Eighth, Brianna Ledbetter, Philomath, Oregon. Ninth, Carly Jeffcoat, Ignacio, Colorado. 10th, Emma Peterson, El Centro, California. Entering the ring now is Class 11 Crossbred Gilt. This is our final class in Division 2.
another very good class. And again, you guys in the back, I can bring them in waves and to test my endurance, and that is certainly fine. I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. This is a very good class. Young man right here with the white belted one, you've got our class winner. A nice pig. You know, from an ideally perspective, she might come in a few more pieces and parts. You know, I kind of clean up her joints from a presentation perspective with a set of clippers maybe, but at the same time, that thing is a wild critter that can flat boot, scoot, and boogie. She needs to win. Young man right here, that is a fresh, solid, very, very good show pig. Just runs into a wild, expensive looking one in this particular class. I love her freshness of body. I love her head shape. That one looks like she was fed to be right here, right now. That one's square built. She's a little more fragile arm. She's a little more fragile footed, but man, solid, very, very good show pig. I thought her blend and balance was better than the Calico Gilt that comes next. And I'll be very honest, I don't like this one's head. She is just a little too rat-faced and headed for me to match the amount of chest that she comes with, and her body shape and mid-rib contingency is very, very good. I like how wide pinned she is, you know, and comfy she is from the side. She's plenty wide when you get behind. I need to clean up her flank. There's just pieces to that gilt that don't blend from this evaluator's perspective. But, you know, and if you want to use her in second or something from there, I think that's okay because of her wild pieces. But for me, I need to change those. Same with this gilt. Her mid-rib and her back and her presentation and how she's brought to the pig show was incredible. Fat back, big pin, got great fill, physical fill, and presentation is very good. Awesome chested, but like the way Hunter and I talked about it, her jaw is no improvement over the gilt that's in 3, and she wants to swing and push her back left. And those things keep her in a close 4th for us. The young lady that comes out in 5, you know, one that certainly has punch and body shape, and she can contend in some other classes. She becomes the plainest shape and the poorest knee of the top 5. The young man that comes out in 6, a very good pig in her pieces. You love her back shape, you love her muscle, she's square built. That gilt doesn't blend and combine as good. She needs a shot more lower flank. She's just a little round shaped everywhere. Just, you know, it becomes more flat footed. But the solid, good, quality pieces this gilt represents needs to put her and get her weight within this class. We talked to the remainders in this class, a very good class. My compliments to them. Put your hands together, proud on a job well done.
Your results out of Class 11 Crossbred Gilts. First, Manny Gomez, Hickman, California. Second, Brock Hammock, Perkins, Oklahoma. Third, Dylan Dyke, Cornelius, Oregon. Fourth, Channing Goodson, Earlsboro, Oklahoma. Fifth, Amaya Slay, Myrtle Creek, Oregon. Sixth, Gage Gearing, Acampo, California. Seventh, Lexi Quick, Berthoud, Colorado. Eighth, Colton Curry, Kennewick, Washington. 9th, Hattie Goldinger, Philadelphia, Missouri. 10th, Waverly Milliard, Caldwell, Idaho. We're now ready to drive for your Champion Division 2 Crossbred Gilts. Second in that class, Callie Johnson. Winning class number 9, congratulations, Dylan Schlosser. Second in that class, Santos Olivares. Winning class number 10, congratulations, Macy Zerbach. Second in that class, Daphne Stevens. And out of your just completed class 11, congratulations, Manny Gomez. Second in that class, Brock Hammock. If you would please put your hands together for all of our class winners here in Division 2 of our Crossbred Gilts. Blackhawk East and Kansas State University, where he's a member of the 2008 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Doug owns and operates Albright Swine Farms, where they run approximately 250 show pig sows and sell pork to various wholesalers. He is currently a show feed specialist for Show-Right Feeds. Doug has judged shows in 37 different states. He and his wife Dana have a 7-year-old Kaiser and a 3-year-old Nora. If you would please put your hands together for our judge today, Doug Albright. By his side throughout today is our associate judge, Hunter Langhoff. Hunter is originally from central Wisconsin. He now resides in Grinnell, Iowa. Hunter went to Blackhawk East College and Western Illinois University, where he's a member of 2 successful livestock judging teams. Hunter owns and operates Langhoff Show Pigs, where they market show pigs to youth exhibitors all over the country. Hunter has a strong passion for the livestock industry and working with young people to help them achieve their goals, both in and outside the ring. Hunter also works as a national support specialist for Show-Right Feeds, where he covers Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Missouri. Please put your hands together for Hunter as well.
Very good division. There's very few times I can become speechless. There's one out here, other than maybe on the first date with my wife, the young man there in the orange, she makes me speechless.
Your champion, Division 2 Crossbred Gilt, comes out of class number 9. Congratulations, Dylan Schlosser. That'll drop in Santos Olivares.
To steal lines from movies, Hunter and I were talking, and it was undeniable in that particular scenario where that gilt fit and where she was going to, come together. And then I said, hey, it's a dogfight after that, for sure. When we start to break them down in terms of ones that are complete, complete has such a negative connotation, but it's such an accurate description of where we're going next in terms of hogs that are comfortable built, fitting together the way that they're supposed to. You can nitpick all of them, right? But there's one that we have the least amount of concern with. She's broad-chested, she's big back, she's stout-headed, and she balances well. Young lady right here is reserved in this division.
Your reserve, Division 2, comes out of Class 7. Congratulations, Kinley Heikes. That'll drop in Brock Hammock.
Man, this has been a fun division. We'll put the mic down and shake them down from 3rd through 10th just to keep our momentum and mojo going. The young man, she's too wild to leave out of 3. Right here in booth 3rd.
Kinley Hikus. Third, Manny Gomez. Fourth, Brock Hammock. Fifth, Santos Oliveras. Sixth, Dylan Dyke. Seventh, Channing Goodson. Eighth, Macy Zerbach. Ninth, Holden Peelman. 10th, Kate Hikus. We're now ready to start Division III Crossbred Gilts. For those exhibitors selling their purebred gilts, all pedigrees must be turned in by the end of the Crossbred Gilt show today. All original pedigrees must be turned in to the announcer's stand by the end of the day.
great class, great depth, great quality. And you know, it's certainly one of those that I don't like to say it all the time. Hey, you know, one man's opinion, but it is. I mean, there's differences amongst these things, and in terms of where they're good, they're good. You've got one that is an absolute flat back, big chested, neat looking one. That, man, she scares me, and she gets plenty tight moving. The other one is just my speed, comfort, bend, flex. She's just more comfortable. Is she wild enough? Is she, you know, where is she at relative, you know, to shape and muscularity up high? And I think that pair, they're close because, not because they're the same. They're close because they bring value in a lot of different areas. So I think it becomes, you know, very, very representative of where you want to be. I think there's one out here that just becomes just a shot, you know, closer to potentially, you know, just ringing it. And if she continues to stay where she's at relative to step, the young lady's belted gilt is going to win this particular class. I think they're close, and if you want to switch them because she's more, the other gilt's just a shade more comfortable, I can get behind that. You know, this gilt has not changed. She stays where she has. We just used one that is wild and on the edge, and that one is darn sure close. This gilt here is comfortable. She's flexible, all of those different things. If you study, maybe it's her color pattern. She's still not, you know, long hipped in the upper part of her rump. And she just, when you get in top of her, that hog is plainer and flatter everywhere. But she's comfy, she's sound, she's flexible, she's awesomely presented and driven. I think a pair that just offers so much discussion when we got into this particular decision for Hunter and I think it's very, very close. The young man here in 4, this one just doesn't balance and fit these things together. Does she look expensive and wild? She certainly has those things about her. I don't know if Kirk Steerwald's nearby. It looks like he got her hind leg ready, and I commend him for that. This one's plenty wide walking, and that's why she's presented that way, is to kind of bring herself to square behind. Her head doesn't match everything else, but that's a very, very nice third place gilt. Young lady's off belted gilt here, wild looking, you know, broad and dense up high. She needs to go better. You know, she doesn't have enough feature to justify having that kind of step when you get in behind her. The blue gilt, wild looking, tall fronted. She looks like she's either constipated, just doesn't want to get out and go. She becomes really lethargic and tight in her upper hip. Young lady here in 6, that is a fresh backed one, very well presented. That particular gilt, 2 vertical off both ends of her body. We talked from 7 down to 10 on where they need to be better. A very fun top pair to think about and discuss. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Your results out of Class 12 Crossbred Gilts. First, Mackenzie Rigney, Pittsburgh, California. Second, Will Hagan, Templeton, California. Third, Caleb Otto, Galt, California. Fourth, Bristol Goldinger, Philadelphia, Missouri. Fifth, Kaylin Lamb, Corning, California. Sixth, Cadence Hanhart, Delta, Colorado. Seventh, Kaylee Larkin, Casa Grande, Arizona. Eighth, Bridget Brown, Buckeye, Arizona. Ninth, Vance Gross, Harold, California. 10th, Maddie Coates, Coolidge, Arizona. Entering the ring now is Class 13 Crossbred Gilts.
very good top four. I commend all four of those young men for driving very, very good pigs. One does it for me from her freshness, her head shape. She's more elevated, maybe not just as dense in her feature as the second place gilt, but man, she's my kind. Young man there in the pink's going to win this particular class. That pig is an absolute fat back, square built, good moving one. Maybe not, obviously, we can all see how big-legged and stout this gilt is here, right? I'm not condemning the fact that she's not quality. She is. This one just fits me with all the extras. This gilt here is stout-legged, heavy bone. She's got a bend to her hind leg, just a little lower shouldered, a little thicker about her head and neck and her crest. But man, that is a very good critter to land in second at the Arizona National. The gilt that comes in third, one, the man, Hunter, he's like, man, I love this thing's head shape. She's fat back. She looks like a piece in a part that I'd like to use, to make better stock with it because she is high quality. For me, she's the shortest hipped of those and doesn't do all of those things without maybe those wild extras that the two ahead of her. I think an incredible top trio that need to be discussed and talked about. This particular gilt falls from a balance standpoint. Her chest and knee isn't as good as the others. She wants to funnel the shape behind. The biggest issue for me is when you step off to her side, she doesn't blend and combine her neck into her top line as well as the other. The pink shirt or pink vest comes out. Man, that is a mean mug, stout jawed one that's fat, flat back. She doesn't, have the extra stoutness in her lower extremities, as does the others, to justify the fact that she needs to be, longer stepping than the others. This gilt here, maybe it's her color pattern, I'm not sure. Her knee, her shoulder needs to be reconstructed for me to get her any higher in this particular class. Young lady 7, that gilt's a neat way, and from being very, very neat. She's tall and long necked. She's a gilt that has some length to her step. She's wide enough walking for me. Need to punch her open in her rib cage. Young man, you do a fantastic job driving livestock. This gilt, I need to just loosen her up at every point when we start to discuss, build and extras. I think a very good class. My compliments to those. I talked to the remaining 3 before they head back.
Your results out of Class 13 Crossbred Gilts. First, Will Hagan, Templeton, California. Second, Dallas Martinez, Center, Texas. Third, Cotton West, Taft, Texas. Fourth, Dylan Schlosser, Sunnyside, Washington. Fifth, Macy Walker, Red Oak, Oklahoma. Sixth, Jarrett Rigney, Heldsburg, California. Seventh, Kaylee Larkin, Casa Grande, Arizona. Eighth, Bentley Ellis, Williamsburg, Kansas. 9th, Gracie Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. 10th, Macy Walker, Red Oak, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now, Class 14 Crossbred Gilts.
great class of crossbred gilts, and I think you could obviously make a argument for any one of these to go ahead and use to win. From the back of our class winner's ear to her tail, she is simply the best one. She's the fattest back, she's the biggest headed, she's the most comfortable. She looks like the one that can handle my sow a lot better than the rest. Young man right here is going to have our class winner. She's got just a little flatter ear to her. My sows run like that too. And so, but she is by far the best one from her shoulder blade back. She is the most comfortable. She's still as heavy-legged as any of them. She's still as broad and as big-backed as any of them. I thought her skeleton had the chance to last longer. Young lady in the green is one that I love her outlying pieces. Her head shape, she's fat back, she's ditched out, she's got a big hind leg. I felt like her long term, up front, some of those pieces, she's getting a little lethargic. Her flank concerns you, but I mean, her pieces and parts look like she makes one out here, and that was the deciding factor between that one and this wide belted one. The wide belted one, she first comes in, that's a fresh headed, awesome bodied one that you're thinking, hey, we got ourselves one here. Her front foot, I think Hunter summed it up best. He goes, I think you put that one on the concrete, it hurts. She looks like one that's too flat up in her front foot long term. She's a little rounder there in her upper hip, but man, she's broad, she's big bellied, she's bold in her rib cage. Very capably exhibited. I think a very good trio of gilts out here to have fun to talk about. The wide belted gilt that's next is one that's very fresh in terms of her presentation, fresh headed, fresh backed, doesn't maybe have those extras from a wow standpoint. She's the smallest in terms of her foot size. She's the most refined of our initial four. Young lady there in the candy cane colored shirt has got one that's very similar to that particular gilt that was in 4. She's fresh-headed, she's level about her lines. You know, other than her fit, she's the most refined at the surface of our initial 5. Young lady here in 4, man, if I could stand still and paint a picture of one, she's certainly one that would be fun to draw in math class because her extremities are large, her head is stout, her lines are very good. She just doesn't want to go. There's just not enough umph in that particular gilt. So if you want to switch her in 6 and 7, you certainly could do that. But this particular gilt, broad and dense, just wants to run downhill, doesn't have the stoutness to her arm, and the stoutness to her rear leg as some of the others. This particular gilt, real wild looking, short backed, wild and long necked, but maybe just a little too messed up off both ends of her body. Probably messed up enough to make one, but maybe too messed up for me to get her higher in a tough class. This gilt here, fresh and very well presented. She's in a class where she's just the flat, hard-bodied one that just gives up too much to compete higher. Then we have a pair that just need to be better built to move up in a very challenging, good, highly presented class. My compliments to those exhibitors and families on a job well done. Please give them a round of applause.
First, Calvin Hicks, Elgin, Oklahoma. Second, Harper Heimer, Taylor, Missouri. Third, Mallory Walter, Canyonville, Oregon. Fourth, Channing Goodson, Earlsboro, Oklahoma. Fifth, Katie Madsen, Lund, Nevada. Sixth, Josie Pearson, Altona, Utah. Seventh, Reed Allen, Red Oak, Oklahoma. Eighth, Jace Wyrick, Moreland, Oklahoma. 9th, Mason Trump, Buckeye, Arizona. 10th, McKenna King, Ripon, California. Entering the ring now is Class 15 Crossbred Gilts.
Thank you.
She's dense, she's fat back. We don't want to make her any wider going away, but you know, we've gotten them close and then packed on those extras, and she's one that can go still just so much extra. She's so much fresher. The Calico Gilt here, big legs, tall shouldered, and got a hind leg to die for in terms of comfort. She's the plainer one, neck, back, and shape behind. And we felt, you know, when we get to these, it's hard to keep them fresh, and that's where that blue gilt, you know, has that edge there. I think a great pair to discuss. The young man's white belted gilt that's next. Tall shouldered, good shape, square in her build, the most lethargic of our initial three when we set those things in motion. The narrow belted gilt, young man, this thing propped up and standing still is fun to look at. You've kept her head fresh, and I commend you there. She's a little plainer back, and she's also you know, one that becomes the most rigid in her pastern and her rear foot. The white belter, or the gilt that comes next, I mean, that one's just a little more boar-headed. She's deeper in her throat, thicker about her cheek. She's a gilt that becomes also short in her hip when we compare her to the initial four. This gilt that's next is one that's just too short in her hip as well. Doesn't maybe trick out as well as some of those others in this particular class to justify some of those concerns you have. The blue gilt needs to tie her neck better, needs to hinge and loosen in her spine and in her hind leg. The white belted gilt here, once we get her to slow down, comes together a little bit better, but she's still a swinger when you get in behind. I think another pair that are good, hopes that we talked about where we need to make them better. Put your hands together for another good class of heavyweight crossbred gilts.
Your results out of Class 15 Crossbred Gilts. First, Emily Ellsworth, Shingle Springs, California. Second, Josie Pfizer, Plains, Kansas. Third, Stetson Westmoreland, Tremonton, Utah. Fourth, Bex Roach, Tremonton, Utah. Fifth, Nicholas Trulock, Angels Camp, California. Sixth, Valley Joe Pearson, Altona, Utah. Seventh, Layla Tabor, Wellington, Nevada. 8th, McKenna King, Ripon, California. 9th, Paige Drummond, Cedar Ridge, California. 10th, Alex Mendoza, Modesto, California. Entering the ring now is Class 16 Crossbred Gilts.
Young lady with the calico. You brought a race car to a big show. Like that one a great deal. It's a very, very good class, and the determining factor when you're starting to put a sale lineup together and where some of these things fit, where it all kind of comes together. The one that just packs, I know she needs to take just a shade longer step, but the young man, this thing is a wild critter that's going to be second right here in front of him. That is a very unique animal. Wild-headed, fat back, big, big legs. You know, where she sits, and if you want to switch second and third, I can certainly have that discussion amongst friends, just because I think there's value in both. This gilt here, fresh, great, perfect body shape and physical feel. Is her foot as big, but she's probably not as old? So all those thoughts go through your head. You know, for me, they both, you know, just don't resemble, you know, how wild that one that wins is, but a very, very good animal to land in 3. Young lady drives the wheels off this particular gilt. I don't know if her color helps her or hurts her. She's fresh, she's perfectly presented. That particular gilt's the more fragile down low. She's just a notch plainer everywhere when you compare to such an elite trio. The young lady here with the calico that comes out next, a little the same story, just a little stouter in terms of that particular gilt. She's the plainest necked and cheeked. She's also the plainest in her top line and back. This gilt here is one that we give us some fits, because to put that cute of a head on this old and mature of a gilt, it's fun to do. She needs more tummy, she needs more belly. You know, for me, if we can do those things, she slides up and gets fun, because where she's good, she's very, very fun and very, very unique. We talked to the other ones here as we put them in, where they need to be better. A very great class, a deep class. My compliments to those exhibitors. Please, Arizona, put your hands together in the second to last class of heavy gilts.
Your results out of Class 16 Crossbred Gilts. First, Avery Layton, Bend, Oregon. Second, Andrew Miller, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Third, Addison Horn, Hallsville, Texas. Fourth, Kate Hikus, Olathe, Kansas. Fifth, Emma Ott, Aurora, Nebraska. Sixth, Cash Shelton, Greeley, Colorado. Seventh, Jack Peterson, El Centro, California. Eighth, Frida Diaz, Coolidge, Arizona. Ninth, Kennedy Hicks, Elgin, Oklahoma. We are now driving our 17th and final class of the day of Crossbred Gilts. We will make our top 10 selection of our Division 3 Crossbred Gilts.
Big ones, because there's so many differences relative to maturity, age, and heck, we should be judging this show at Chuck E. Cheese having birthday parties for these girls, okay? I mean, that's just where we're at. I don't have sows this big in a lot of scenarios. I'm not dogging, I'm just saying, it's just, you know, there's differences out here relative to maturity, where they're at. The fresh, sound, flexible one that brings enough punch to the table, young lady right here is going to win this particular class. The next closest from a build and balance with extra stoutness. If I could change her front foot, she can win. The young lady here in the black is going to be next. That thing's got a stout hind leg, a big back. I need to change her front foot, make her just a shade taller fronted. On the other end, you can get behind this one to be second if you'd like. She's taller fronted, she's shorter back. With that extra shortness everywhere, she's the shortest in her upper hip and pushes her back left. And she doesn't do all those things with an extra amount of stoutness of feature down low. The young man there in the black, I'm going to have a fondness for this kid just because of our Wolf of Wall Street, you know, chest pound in there when he comes out. I love it. This thing for this particular you know, stage is just a little closed there underneath, a little darty headed, if you will. But man, proportions awesome, fit presented perfectly. A nice gilt. She gets a little puff there in her back right. This white belted gilt, we need to just get her going a little better, get her moving, smoother, more fluid, lengthen her hip. Same goes for this particular gilt. She's not the longest hip critter. She needs a better set of knee, better set to her knee, if you will, and I can give her a shot of physical fill. This gilt out here becomes just a little older and plainer looking. I know they're old. I call them all that. When you study this thing, she's just the tightest and most restricted out of her hock relative to its length of step. The white gilt out here, you know, just kind of starts showing a little more age. You can feel her in there, her hip loin. She becomes just a little rounder shaped out of her hip and stifle. This gilt that's next, fresh and very well presented, I'll give that to her. She becomes the most rigid and hesitant there in her step. She's the most fragile down low of that initial group. This gilt here, one that's very wild looking. I mean, she has got a wild head. I don't like the way that she blends and combinates it out of the backside of her shoulder, and then she's a little more upright. I think it's all built, questioning there, her build, if you will, up out of her blade and out of her shoulder and knee. This gilt here, young lady, I will always remember watching the way you got this one stuck coming out the scales, because my kids at home will tell me, "See, Dad, it's okay." But she's got a little puffiness out there on her right. She needs to go just a shade better behind. The blue gilt that comes out next just becomes plain and a little more common there out of her head, neck, and rigid and tight there out of her hip. A great class, deep class. Very much looking forward to this division and the drive.
Your results out of our final class of the day, Class 17, Crossbred Gilts. First, Callie Gamble, Santa Maria, California. Second, Marin Ludlow, Oakdale, California. Third, Allison Stonebarger, Patterson, California. Fourth, Holden Peelman, Manteca, California. Fifth, Emma Hampton, Florence, Arizona. Sixth, Lauren Tabnett, Acampo, California. 7th, Cruz Knott, Athol, Idaho. 8th, Dylan Schlosser, Sunnyside, Washington. 9th, Maggie Brown, Twin Falls, Idaho. 10th, Mallory Walter, Canyonville, Oregon. We're now driving for our Champion Division III Crossbred Gilts. Coming out of class number 12, congratulations, Mackenzie Rigney. Second in that class was Will Hagan. Coming out of class 13, congratulations, Will Hagan. Second in that class was Dallas Martinez. Driving your champion, or class winner out of class 14, Callan Hicks. Second in that class was Harper Heimer. Coming out of class 15, congratulations, Emily Ellsworth. Second in that class was Josie Pfizer. Driving your class 16 winner, Avery Layton. Second in that class, Andrew Miller. And out of your just completed class 17, congratulations, Callie Gamble. Second in that class, Marin Ludlow. Please put your hands together for all of our class winners here in Division 3 of our Crossbred Gilt Drive.
Put your hands together, Arizona. That's a dang good division of Crossbred Gilts. We get real wild in terms of weight spreads and the sizes. And guys, I mean, I can get long on words, and I'll apologize for that. You know, there's a trio out here that certainly get my motor cranked. You know, where they fit together, and you can nitpick every single pig we've judged today. I don't care. Okay, they're good pigs. Where you want to put them is the guy behind the mic's you know, logical choice. And what does it fit together? And you know, as a show judge, you're trying to put power and all the things together, and then flawless build and all the fun things. And guys, it's tough in this particular division because I think there's so much value. The one that does it the best for us, young ladies, Calico, the champion.
Your champion, Division 3, comes out of class 16, Avery Layton. That'll drop in Andrew Miller.
We get real close in this particular division, and this was a fun discussion. And there's one out here that looks expensive and can make barrows for days. That man right here is going to be reserved.
Your reserve comes out of class 13, Will Hagan. That'll drop in Dallas Martinez.
We got one here for third, and there's one that she's so close it pains me because there's pieces to this gilt that I want to use so bad. In terms of the front up third, you know, 1/3 of this one's construction, her freshness of back. I don't know what happened to her back left before today, but because all the angles and everything looks right. She looks expensive. She looks like the kind that I like to show. If she could go just a shade better, it changes today's outcome. Young lady right here with the belted gilt is going to be third. We get out here and we'll put the mic down and just pick them. You know, we're putting together some sale orders and what the buying public's going to want to do. You buy them how you like them, but I think they're very, very high end. Put your hands together for this division. We look forward to the grand overall drive.
Division III lineup. Champion, Avery Layton. Reserve, Will Hagan. Third, Mackenzie Rigney. Fourth, Andrew Miller. Fifth, Dallas Martinez. Sixth, Will Hagan. Seventh, Callan Hicks. Eighth, Callie Gamble. Ninth, Marin Ludlow. 10th, Addison Horn. Attention exhibitors, if you were top 10 in divisions 1, 2, or 3, we need you headed to the makeup area. All 10 gilts from all 3 divisions need to be headed to the makeup area at this time. The 2025 Arizona National. Your champion, Division I, Crossbred Gilt. Your champion, Division I, Crossbred Gilt. Congratulations, Hallie Melsness. Your champion, Division II, Crossbred Gilt, driven by Dylan Schlosser. And out of your just completed Division III, congratulations, Avery Layton. Please put your hands together one more time for all three of our division winners here on Crossbred Gilt Show. One more time, I'd like to introduce our judge for both the Purebred and Crossbred Gilt shows. Doug Albright is from Coldwater, Michigan. He's a graduate of Blackhawk East and Kansas State University, where he was a member of the 2008 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Doug owns and operates Albright Swine Farms, where they run approximately 250 show pig sows and sells pork to various wholesalers. He's currently a show feed specialist for ShowRite. Doug has judged shows in 37 different states. He and his wife Dana have a 7-year-old Kaiser and a 3-year-old Nora. If you would please put your hands together for our judge, Mr. Doug Albright. And his associate that'll be with us all week, Hunter Langhoff, is originally from central Wisconsin, and he now resides in Grinnell, Iowa. Hunter went to Blackhawk East College and Western Illinois University, where he's a member of 2 successful livestock judging teams. Hunter owns and operates Langhoff Show Pigs, where they market show pigs to youth exhibitors all over the country. Hunter has a strong passion for the livestock industry and working with young people to help them achieve their goals in and outside the ring. Hunter also works as a national support specialist for ShowRite Feeds, where he covers Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Missouri. If you would please put your hands together for our associate judge, Hunter Langhoff.
That's the quietest you all been. All day. All day. Guys, let's hear it for the Arizona National. If you're able, please stand up, okay? And I'm doing this because of a lot of things. First and foremost, do I look athletic? Yeah. All these guys must have one out here. That'd be the only reason they're lying. Okay? This is my sport. Okay? That's these kids' sport. Yeah, did I play? Yeah, I sat the bench. Okay? Yeah, was I the mascot? I was. Okay? Right? I didn't have Friday Night Lights. Okay? I didn't have basketball games with a hometown. I didn't have all that. And I'm betting that's what these kids have. This is their Friday night. This is their opportunity to shine. This is their opportunity on the biggest of stages to be presented like rock stars. I want you guys to cheer and congratulate them like they are. And if you're able, keep standing. I'm going to make this as short as possible. Hunter, thank you. I appreciate you more than you know. Your ability is incredible. Give him a round of applause. I wish we were mic'd up for some sidebar commentary, but I'm really glad we weren't. Okay? But the guy knows. Okay? A little side story. I'm judging a jackpot show in Iowa. Okay? I beat his pig, two of his pigs forth. Okay? One of those was the champion dog and 4th overall at the Iowa at World Pork Expo. Okay? He went home, got things better, made his pig better. I did say the pig was close, needed to change. Okay? Yeah, brings another crossbred bear to me. I said, guys, I'm going to look. Right now he's not ready, but this thing could be the champion at the Iowa State Fair. You know what he was? He was the champion at the Iowa State Fair. Okay? But you want to know why I'm telling you that story? I got in my truck, headed home. Hunter called me. He goes, hey, did a good job. Told my pigs what they were today. I needed to reset. We got home, get these things better. I appreciate you, buddy. He didn't call me and tell me how bad I did. He didn't call me and tell me, hey, man, I really like this pig. He did call to tell me that he's sorry he weighed the Crossbred Gilt out. I wouldn't give him a hard time there. But he handled it like a professional. Okay, he handled it like a friend. Okay, I got a lot of friends around ringside. Okay, if you don't like the way I did, you don't want to talk to me, I guess that's one less phone call. Okay, I don't care. I like these pigs. I think this is a dang good Crossbred Gilt show. All right, Hunter and I, we're having a fun time discussing these because they're high quality. Okay, and the 3rd, 4th, 5th might outsell our champion. I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. Okay, and that's fine by me because if we all agree, this would suck. And I just said that on a Grand Round speech. I said suck. My wife's going to text me. I swear. But guys, this is what it's about. You parents, feeders, fitters, breeders, the chill you have on the back of your neck right now, waiting to find out who wins. Well, that's why you do it. That's why you're living this thing, right? Like we all want to do it. We don't make enough money. It don't work and all those different things. But we're doing it for that feeling, okay? And these kids, they do it for the feeling that they're going to get when I select the champion. All right? Kids, one thing. Thank those people that got you here. Thank your feeders, your helpers, your parents, your truck drivers, whoever it is. Okay? Thank them. Because you're going to lose an opportunity to at some point in time, and that's going to break your heart. Okay? Remember that. Remember and thank them. And one more thing on you youngsters. Okay? These will be your lifelong friends. If it wasn't for stock shows, okay, I wouldn't have spent 10, 15, 20 nights on the Vickery's couch growing up. Because my truck was broke down, and I was just some, mangy little, I wasn't little, I was still this fat, 22-year-old kid trying to drive around and trade show pigs. Okay? It wasn't for them. Okay? And it wasn't for those members and those people that I met. I wouldn't have 2 beautiful kids at home and an amazing, beautiful wife if it wasn't for livestock shows. My son is at the hospital, okay, right now. He's getting his appendix out. He's got strep throat. You get that call at night, you're like, I just want to fly home. Okay? Because this doesn't mean nothing compared to that. Okay? That's all I wanted to do. And my wife said, just stay, we've got it. Right? And I know she doesn't got it. It's crazy at home. My crew at home, thank you. I said it last night, but thank you again. But thank you for wife and kids. But guys, that's what it is. You're not going to meet those people if it wasn't for stock shows. I'll leave you with this, and I say it every time. There's no better place in America to raise young people. You people are a testament to it. You people are a testament to it. The peanut gallery in the back that's mad that I beat their pig, you're a testament to it. Okay? Remember the reason we do it. Remember that we're making the next generation better right here. Okay? That's the last thing that I'll say about that. Fire these pigs up. These show pigs have been very, very good. I'm not going to sit here and claim that there's one that is just better or worse or this or that. Okay? There's one that, and you as breeders and you guys who judge shows, you think about what you're trying to do at home, making them different, making them better, where I got to make them better, what I want to do to make them better. And then you've got a kind that you wake up every day thinking about making. Okay? And there's one out here that does both of those things very, very well. I'm going to let Hunter talk here when we pick the reserve. But I love this trio. I love a pair of these, and it has been an absolute honor and a blessing. Thank you guys for the opportunity. One last time, give the Arizona National a huge round of applause.
You guys can let him stand just a little bit longer. Obviously, a tough guy to follow up a speech. And Doug is one of my very best friends. And I'm not going to give you a sermon because there's people much older and much wiser than I am, that I have a lot more respect. And you guys want to hear from than me out here. So to Doug, first and foremost, you guys can grab the microphone and say lots of nice things about someone that they enjoy to be out here. And I'm excited for me and Eamon to be out here tomorrow. But Doug is one of my very best friends, and he told you those stories about some of those pigs that we had the opportunity to show, and whether they won later on or they didn't, it's okay. I'm the last person in the country that's going to badmouth someone that's out here with a microphone on and a necktie, because I realize how hard it is, not only to get here, but just to be able to do what we do. And we're fortunate enough that we got on the list to get called to come out here, and when it was Doug and I to do this thing, man, it's been circled on my calendar for a long, long time. Doug talked about if we had microphones on our arms today, you guys would be crying laughing, because we joked a lot, but I tell you what, we really got into these things. You can tell us when we're running around out here, we care about these things, because there's a lot more times that Doug and I are in the back with orange sprayers than we got tight khaki pants on. So we're in these trenches with you guys. We're in this stuff every single day. I tell Doug all the time, I have a tough time showing to a guy that doesn't breed a sow or feed a pig on a high level. And that's what's interesting about the guys that we do get to show to nowadays, is those guys are in the trenches with us, and it is so hard to get at this elite of a level. And I get there's kids in the back playing video games, but I'm telling you, for these 3 kids, or all 30 of these kids, to be out here, the hard work, the dedication, the Friday nights that Doug talked about, those deserve a huge round of applause just for getting out here at this level. I'd be remiss if I didn't say just a few things, guys, though, because I am a very, want to be positive. I want to continue to portray positivity, because, guys, it is a negative world that we live in, and I get that. And if you left the show and you said, man, that is not the style that I thought Doug and Hunter were going to tie into, man, that Grand Gilt, she's just not our style. That's okay. We got tough skin. You can badmouth us, like Doug said. That's one less phone call that we got to get on every single day, and then maybe not your real friend at the end of the day. So if you get in your car or your truck and you want to badmouth someone, you call your buddy in Ohio, you call your buddy in Wisconsin or Iowa or wherever you are, and you say, man, the Grand Gilt was horrible, the reserve was this, or my pig was 7th and it should have been 3rd. And I'm telling you guys, those negative thoughts, those negative actions, those negative words are obviously going to portray negative outlook on the Arizona National, wherever you're at. And I'm telling you, your wife's going to be sitting in the passenger seat, your little boy's going to be sitting in the back, or your little girl's going to be sitting in the car seat. And I'm telling you, they eat up those things like a sponge. They listen to those words that you guys are saying in terms of negativity, and they're going to start second guessing, should we be walking our pigs at night? Should we buy that $30 bag of show feed? Me and Doug sell it, you get it. They're going to second guess, do I really want to walk my pigs twice a day? Do I really want to go to that show and meet those people? So I'm telling you guys, if you can say, hey, you can swallow your pride and say, hey, that gilt, that barra, that whatever, just wasn't their kind. you can get just a little bit better instead of getting bitter, I'm telling you, you're going to have a much more successful life. Your kids are going to grow up better. You're going to create a positive environment for those kiddos and that crew that's around you guys. So if you don't remember anything, whatever Doug and I have talked about today, please remember what I just told you guys. When you want to call someone and talk about how bad those pigs were, how bad those kiddos were, just remember, if you create a negative workspace, you create negative energy, it's going to spread like wildfire. So let's be positive. We are in Phoenix, Arizona on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, whatever we're here till. Let's be pumped up. Let's be positive. This Gilt show has been absolutely unreal. Let's do it up for it one more time. We'll get you a reserve grand champion.
Guys, it's been an incredible Gilt show, and I'm not telling you that there's a line of where it all kind of fits together and where it drops. They're very, very good. Guys, I'm not going to make y'all keep standing up, but we're going to come to the mic. This will be the last time. But what I want you to do is I select the next few. Give them that round of applause like they won the pig show. Let them remember those feelings that we give them, because I think this top 5 is awful good and awful close. My compliments to them. Thank you. Show committee, everybody back here, you make our lives easy. And if it wasn't for you guys, we couldn't do this in the efficient manner in which we did. So thank you guys for that. Thank you guys all for coming, supporting, and bringing an incredible set of pigs. Be safe going home, and God bless.